Good afternoon and welcome to the second annual summit of the Media Freedom Rapid Response, or MFRR. The MFRR is an EU co-funded collaboration launched in March 2020 between Article 19, the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, the European Federation of Journalists, Free Press Unlimited, the Institute for Applied Informatics at the University of Leipzig, the International Press Institute, and the Osservatorio Balcani e Caucaso Trans-Europa. Through systematic monitoring, practical and legal support, and advocacy, we aim to protect journalists and media workers and advance an independent and professional press in EU member states and candidate countries. Over the next 3 afternoons, under the title Boosting Press Freedom, we will dive into 3 key areas of work of the consortium, namely safety of journalists, legal threats, and pluralist media for a democratic society. This online conference takes place under particularly dark clouds that have gathered over Europe. Almost 1 month ago, Russia launched its appalling war against Ukraine, destroying the lives of millions. The adage that truth is the first casualty of war rings no less true today. Our thoughts are with the 4 reporters who have been killed and the dozens who have been wounded, captured, or disappeared since the start of the invasion. Ukrainian journalists risk their lives every day, while also independent Russian journalists can no longer do their jobs without risking punishment. During this summit, we will hear from Ukrainian journalists and editors Olga Tukariuk and Sevgil Musaieva, and Russian editor Vladimir Motorin across 3 interviews scheduled at 4:30 every day. As I mentioned before, each summit day will focus on a particular topic at the heart of the MFRR, and today that is the safety of journalists. At 2 p.m., the Here to Report panel, moderated by Renate Schroeder of the EFJ, will have a closer look at journalist safety during demonstrations, which remain flashpoints for media freedom violations across the region. And at 3:30, MFRR Coordinator Gürkan Özturan will moderate a panel discussion about online harassment. After protests, the digital space is the second most frequent context of attacks on press freedom in the MFRR systematic monitoring. After the interview with Sevgil Musaieva at 4:30, a workshop at 5 p.m. by Ella Stapley on threat modeling and tools for digital defense will close day 1 of the summit. All of the conference sessions are streamed and accessible for all, except the daily workshops, which take place on Zoom and require registration. Today's workshop is fully booked, but you can still sign up for the one tomorrow and on Thursday through the summit program pages on the MFRR.eu website. I'm happy to now officially open the summit with a keynote address by Italian journalist, writer, and screenwriter Roberto Saviano. As a direct result of his work, he has faced serious threats to his safety from mafia organizations, as well as legal harassment from numerous politicians and public figures. He will reflect on this experience and explore what needs to be done to prevent a further decline of media freedom in Europe.
Pensiamo che in Europa la libertà di espressione sia ormai data, qualcosa di connaturato al nostro quotidiano, un diritto completamente assorbito, presente, che sia con noi. Non è così semplice. Innanzitutto, negli ultimi anni in Europa abbiamo avuto diversi omicidi di giornalisti. Daphne Caruana Galizia a Malta, Jan Kuciak a Bratislava, Peter De Vries ad Amsterdam. Giornalisti uccisi per quello che raccontavano e un'infinità di giornalisti finiti sotto pressione giudiziaria per quello che raccontavano. È difficile, soprattutto rivolgendomi al mondo anglosassone, raccontare le dinamiche che hanno portato diversi giornalisti a vivere sotto una pressione costante per ciò che dicono. Oggi il primo elemento che si trova un giornalista ad affrontare è la propria delegittimazione. Non solo un giornalista, questo accade anche in politica, cioè l'assassinio civile è molto più diffuso dell'assassinio fisico. Spesso si arriva all'assassinio fisico proprio quando l'assassinio civile, morale della persona, non è andato a buon fine. Anna Politkovskaja, una delle più grandi giornaliste che abbiamo avuto nel nostro tempo, come qualità di scrittura e coraggio di inchiesta, prima della sua esecuzione, aveva saputo che l'avrebbero sequestrata, narcotizzata, fatto fare delle foto erotiche con dei soldati e pubblicate quelle foto. La delegittimazione, poi, fu una strada non più percorsa e l'ammazzarono. E in genere la delegittimazione serve al gruppo industriale che stai raccontando, alla figura politica che stai descrivendo, per togliere voce audio alle tue parole. Non lo ascoltate, è un drogato, non lo ascoltate, è un puttaniere, non lo ascoltate, è un evasore fiscale. Quindi innanzitutto si ha un problema di questo tipo, cioè quando scrivi sai che pagherai in qualche modo quello che hai scritto. Non c'è solidarietà tra i giornalisti, sono felice di fare questo video, ma io non la conosco. I giornalisti si odiano, vogliono vedere il collega in ginocchio, poi vanno al suo funerale, magari dimostrando di essere amico, ma genericamente è raro. Quando accade è magnifico. Quando c'è solidarietà, in genere c'è solidarietà solo quando un giornalista non spicca sull'altro, come fama, come capacità, di qualità intendo, come bacino d'utenza, altrimenti l'invidia è parte del veleno di questo difficile lavoro. Dicevo, quando c'è proprio la solidarietà, davvero sei protetto, davvero ci si protegge a vicenda. Perché? Perché non ti possono fare più nulla. Perché se accade qualcosa o se vieni attaccato, il tuo testimone è veramente preso da un altro. Voglio rubarvi poco tempo per illustrarvi la mia esperienza personale. Io sono sotto scorta da oltre 15 anni. A ottobre prossimo saranno 16 anni. E il processo che ha portato a condanna del boss della camorra, la mafia napoletana, il processo che ha portato il boss e il suo avvocato a essere condannati per minacce mafiose nei miei confronti ci ha messo per arrivare a giudizio 13 anni. Un processo tra varie vicissitudini giudiziarie durato 13 anni. E questo le mafie lo sanno. Le mafie sanno che quando commettono un reato o una violenza ne risponderanno dopo 20 anni. Tutto cambia, tutto può cambiare. Il loro stesso equilibrio interno, politico, militare è cambiato. Questa è una lentezza che attanaglia da sempre la giustizia italiana, la drammatica e compromessa giustizia italiana. Perché mi hanno minacciato? Hanno minacciato me e la giornalista Rosaria Capacchione. È un processo che se io ve lo raccontassi, nessuno di voi ci crederebbe. Pur magari stimandomi, volendomi bene, cosa di cui ringrazio, ma non mi credereste. Talmente incredibile la semantica criminale. Sostanzialmente, provo a accennarlo, sostanzialmente, viene letto durante un processo un documento da parte della difesa del boss Francesco Guidognetti. In questo documento si diceva che se fossero stati condannati i boss a pagare le conseguenze di questa condanna, sarebbero stati coloro che la camorra considerava i responsabili morali, mediatici di questa condanna, e cioè me e la giornalista Rosaria Capacchione che si era occupata di loro per anni sui giornali locali, con grande coraggio. Il messaggio è: Noi l'ergastolo l'avremo, ma voi società, voi giustizia, voi sbirri, pagherete, perché colpendo loro la vostra carriera avrà un freno, colpendo loro la vostra politica sarà compromessa, colpendo loro creano dei problemi al vostro incedere, al vostro percorso. E così la nostra vita cambiò per sempre. Io avevo già la protezione, ma mi fu rafforzata. Perché scrivere di camorra o di mafia non è un problema in sé. Scrivere di camorra o di mafia, di 'ndrangheta, ma far arrivare questa a molte persone, quello è il problema. Quello è il vero problema. Non è solo questo quello che è accaduto. È accaduta anche un'attenzione completamente diversa. Quando il processo inizia, l'aula è piena. La solidarietà dei giornalisti italiani e internazionali è enorme. Poi sempre meno, sempre meno, sempre meno, sempre meno. Che ci fosse la parola processata in quell'aula, che i clan avessero paura della parola, non ha fatto più notizie. Eppure un boss sta minacciando per paura delle parole. Per paura che quelle parole sveglino i suoi meccanismi. Conoscere come funziona un crimine è già un modo per impedire che quel crimine si riproduca. Lo riconosce subito, un appalto, un modo di diffondere una sostanza, il modo di tagliare una sostanza, la gestione del potere. Eppure è una notizia incredibile, straordinaria. L'organizzazione criminale aveva paura. Non solo aveva paura, ma l'organizzazione criminale non voleva essere condannata. Il boss Francesco Guilherme non voleva essere condannato per minaccia. Domanda: perché un uomo con già condanne per degli ergastoli, quindi omicidi, non vuole una lieve condanna per minaccia? Perché? Semplice. Per un boss, una minaccia che non è andata a buon fine significa la perdita del proprio capitale, di credibilità. I tuoi affiliati, i clan a te alleati, come possono continuare a fidarsi di te se tu quando intimidisci l'intimidazione non funziona? Possono quindi tradirti, possono quindi quando tu mostrerai un disappunto ignorarlo, perché tanto le tue minacce non fanno paura. Avrebbe preferito essere condannato per un omicidio, che conferma il suo capitale criminale, il suo rispetto criminale, che invece per una minaccia che non è andata a buon fine, anzi, quella persona ha continuato, ha continuato e ha continuato. Essere condannati per minaccia non è pericoloso per la misera condanna. Essere condannati per minaccia significa rendere pubblico che quella minaccia non è andata a buon fine. Un boomerang. Al mondo stai dicendo che non metti più paura. Al mondo stai dicendo che ti si può disobbedire. Questo processo ha significato mettere in crisi il potere di un boss. Avrebbero dovuto parlarne tutti, e invece sempre meno, sempre meno. E facevano sempre più fatica i media, soprattutto i media tedeschi, francesi, inglesi, facevano fatica a capire queste cose. Per capire queste cose bisogna stare col muso vicino alle dinamiche criminali. Ma la mia situazione giudiziaria, la mia pressione non finisce con la camorra, anzi, continua anche con la politica. Vi ringrazio anzi per l'attenzione che state dando alla mia vicenda e la solidarietà che mi avete espresso. Io sono sotto processo, rinviato a giudizio per diffamazione da Matteo Salvini e da Giorgia Meloni, i leader della destra radicale populista italiana. La mia colpa è quella di averli criticati profondamente. Matteo Salvini l'ho definito ministro della malavita, citando un grande antifascista italiano, Gaetano Salvemini, che definì così una figura del passato, Giovanni Giolitti, che lo definì ministro della malavita perché utilizzava i capibastoni, cioè i gruppi della criminalità locale per portare voti alle elezioni. Il ministro della malavita è una citazione che io faccio, con cui definisco la propaganda contro i migranti di Salvini in una dimensione della malavita paragonabile a quella dell'analisi di Gaetano Salvemini fatta su Giolitti. E quindi io ho voluto stigmatizzare un politico da sempre vicino a Vladimir Putin e che da sempre diffonde false notizie sui migranti e diffonde paura, peggiorando il clima sociale italiano e compromettendo profondamente la comprensione di quello che sta succedendo. Processato. E processato anche da Giorgia Meloni, perché in una trasmissione, dopo aver visto l'immagine di una madre salvata da una ONG mentre è in mezzo al mare, era su un barcone, dichiara, urla, lost my baby, ho perso il mio bambino. Ho perso il mio bambino. Il suo bambino era finito in acqua, neonato, e infatti poi morirà annegato durante un'operazione di salvataggio. Mentre vedo quelle immagini dico, Salvini, Meloni, bastardi. Dico questa espressione molto forte, molto cruda, nulla rispetto alle menzogne che lo hanno ripetuto, ma è una frase che vuole appellarsi all'individuo, cioè soltanto un individuo disgustoso, da disprezzare, schifoso, può definire quelle situazioni come le hanno definite loro: crociere, invasori, coloro che portano la guerra, non che scappano dalla guerra. Quindi uso quell'espressione radicale perché voglio arrivare alla radice del problema. Portare avanti la vostra politica è infame, da persone che sanno di mentire, da persone che cercano bersagli. Per questo processo, un'altra volta processo. Che dire, sono abituato a questa pressione, sono abituato a questa pioggia di merda che sistematicamente sul mio lavoro viene riversata. A poter avere il vostro appoggio, a poter avere la vostra attenzione, per me, per chi si trova come me in questa situazione, è fondamentale. Capire che la politica non si può permettere di utilizzare la repressione per fermare la critica. Questo è importante. Siamo, diciamo, su una dinamica di grande dislivello di potere. Non è paragonabile il potere di un ministro, di un leader di partito, che ha avvocati, mezzi di comunicazione, alleati rispetto allo scrittore. La critica di uno scrittore, la critica di un giornalista è dal basso verso l'alto, il processo è dall'alto verso il basso. Poter denunciare per diffamazione, e la denuncia per diffamazione può difendere un cittadino qualsiasi, un giornalista, ma un ministro, un ex ministro, un leader di partito, quando decide di fare un'azione del genere sta affermando il dissenso. Io non sono un leader di partito, non sono un leader politico, nulla di tutto questo, solo la mia parola e chi mi legge. Fine. A volte posso avere la testata su cui scrivo, a volte posso avere lo spazio televisivo dove mi esprimo con me a volte, ma è tutto incentrato sulla mia parola. Tutto. Non ho nient'altro. È esattamente quando la satira arriva dal basso verso l'alto, quindi la satira è pronta a criticare il potere, mentre quando invece viene usato lo sberleffo dall'alto verso il basso non ha più a che fare con l'ironia, ha a che fare con il manganellare, con il prendere in giro, con lo stigmatizzare. Quindi bisogna stare molto attenti nel valutare le dinamiche. Spesso si dice, perché non hanno il diritto di difendersi in tribunale. Certo. Ma quando ti stai difendendo da cosa? Da una critica feroce? Da una critica feroce si ferma intimidire. E io non mi lascio intimidire. Finire sotto processo significa spendere moltissimi soldi per la difesa. Finire sotto processo significa essere continuamente sotto una minaccia costante di quel politico che dice te ne farò un'altra, te ne farò fare un'altra, un'altra ancora. L'obiettivo è mediatico da un lato, portarti a rinvio a giudizio per poterlo urlare sui giornali, e dall'altro è cercare di spegnere la tua voce critica, perché dovrai spendere soldi, perché dovrai spendere tempo, e soprattutto poi dovrai stare in aula di tribunale eterne. Quando mi hanno rinviato a giudizio io ero in aula, quando mi hanno rinviato a giudizio per la critica fatta a Giorgia Meloni. Mi sono rivolto al suo avvocato dicendo, me la saluti e le dica che io non mollo, non vi mollo. Perché proprio questo è quello che volevano, che io mollassi. Io non vi mollo. Non mollare era una rivista antifascista, su cui scriveva Gaetano Salvemini, Carlo Rosselli, Nello Rosselli, Ernesto Rossi, i maestri. Non mollare era il titolo modernissimo tra l'altro, per dire noi stiamo ancorati a voi, nonostante tutto quello che ci fate, noi non cediamo, lo sguardo è fisso sulle vostre malefatte, acceso sulle vostre bugie, e soprattutto non dimentica quello che avete detto come l'appoggio sistematico al regime assassino di Putin, che mentre uccideva e avvelenava dissidenti, la destra italiana lo carezzava e lo utilizzava come simbolo della giusta e buona politica. Morirono gli uomini che fecero il non mollare. Carlo e Nello Rosselli furono assassinati dai fascisti in Francia. Gaetano Salvemini fu costretto all'esilio, Ernesto Rossi a decine di anni di carcere, ma nessuno mollò fino alla fine. E alla fine ciò che rimane è il loro slancio, il loro spirito, la loro libertà nel raccontare il regime. I loro studi fondamentali avevano svelato il crimine fascista. Questi processi non mi spaventano, mi peggiorano la vita chiaramente, ma so che alla fine, qualunque sarà l'esito, di assoluzione o di condanna, ne balza la pena, perché sono la traccia che ho preso parte, che quando si è stati in molti zitti dinanzi alle loro menzogne, quando accusavano le ONG di salvare vite e di essere dei complici trafficanti, quando diffondevano razzismo e paura. Bene, io non sarò sommato tra coloro che sono stati zitti. Quando Giorgia Meloni nel suo libretto dice che Vladimir Putin difende i valori cristiani, facendolo apparire come il difensore della tradizione europea. Beh, sono fiero di essere stato tra coloro che l'hanno ferocemente attaccata. Sono fiero di essere stato suo avversario. Sono fiero di non credere a una sola delle sue parole. Sono fiero di contrastare questa destra di tradizione fascista che sta cercando in tutti i modi di far credere di essere cambiata. E non è cambiata. Sono cambiati i metodi, ma il suo orizzonte politico rimane reazionario, autoritario, razzista, menzognero. Ed è un partito, quello di Fratelli d'Italia, di Giorgia Meloni, che più volte è inciampato localmente su alleanze e vicinanze al crimine organizzato. Problema che riguarda moltissimi partiti, non solo il suo, sia chiaro, riguarda tutti i partiti spesso, ma in particolar modo il suo in questa fase. Fiero quindi, dicevo, che questi processi dimostrino che io non ho mai voluto provare a vincere, semmai, uso le parole di Marco Canela, semmai convincere. E per convincere tutti gli strumenti sono possibili, quelli che la democrazia concede. Anche una critica radicale, anche la scelta di una parola, come il ministro della malavita, 2 parole, o come bastardi, che vada a stigmatizzare i loro crimini politici. La libertà di espressione è sempre la libertà di chi non se lo può permettere. Mi spiego meglio. Una persona particolarmente ricca, un giornale particolarmente ricco, e ce ne sono sempre meno di giornali ricchi, può permettersi di fare un'inchiesta e perdere pubblicità, può permettersi di fare un'inchiesta e difendere i propri giornalisti nei processi, in questi infiniti processi. Se il giornale è in difficoltà, se il giornalista vive del suo lavoro, sarà tutto più difficile. Il giornale non avrà voglia di fare inchieste che finiscono nella laurea giudiziaria, non ha voglia di perdere pubblicità, il giornalista non ha voglia di perdere parte o tutta della sua forza economica o del suo capitale economico per difendersi, e così lentamente muore la libertà di espressione. Al punto tale che a volte diventa una vera e propria ossessione. Penso a Daphne Caruana Galizia, che le congelano lo stipendio in banca dopo una denuncia e una condanna per diffamazione. Dopo che, sono più preciso, dopo che inizia il processo, non era ancora stata condannata, per niente, anzi, ti congelano quei beni a Malta in attesa di un'eventuale condanna. Diciamo per evitare che prima di una condanna tu quei beni possa disfarti. Il giorno in cui hanno ucciso Daphne Caruana Galizia, lei si stava recando in banca per capire se le avevano scongelato i beni, il suo capitale. Capite che quindi l'assalto alla stampa ha una declinazione doppia, da un lato fisico e dal lato morale ed economico. Io ho denunciato nella mia vita per diffamazione e a volte ci sono stampa monnezza che merita, e non lo metto in dubbio. In questo caso è un'altra questione. In questo caso è il potere politico che intimidisce. In questo caso è il potere politico che vuole dire non mi puoi criticare in forma radicale. È un'altra storia questa. Per chiudere vi ringrazio per l'attenzione data alla mia vicenda e vi chiedo di tenere gli occhi aperti su quello che sta succedendo in Italia, non solo in Italia. È difficilissimo oggi continuare a scrivere, è difficilissimo oggi indagare sulla verità, è difficile oggi poterlo fare senza pagare conseguenze. Chi avrebbe immaginato un giornalista sparato in testa al centro di Amsterdam, considerata città sicura e paese democratico? Chi avrebbe immaginato un'autobomba per uccidere una giornalista conosciuta da tutti? Chi avrebbe immaginato che dei sicari sarebbero entrati in casa a sparare a un ragazzo, un giovane giornalista, e alla sua compagna? In Europa. Tutti immaginavano che queste cose accadessero soltanto in Messico, soltanto in Russia. In realtà la libertà d'espressione sta morendo, e non sta morendo dietro le leggi che vogliono censurare la stampa, quelle non ci sono. Sta morendo dietro un continuo attacco alla qualità, sempre meno soldi per difendersi, sempre meno soldi per praticare inchieste, sempre meno soldi per poter assumere persone. E sta morendo dietro l'isolamento delle singole figure. È facile abbattere una persona, la riempi di merda, la isoli, la smonti, la costringi a dover andare sempre in tribunale, la costringi a perdere, a passare il tempo a difendersi sui social e a non occuparsi dei suoi reali obiettivi. Tutto questo, ecco, tutto questo sta avvenendo e c'è solo una possibilità per interromperlo, che queste storie siano rese note, che il potere politico sappia che chi scrive non è solo.
there.
Right. Okay. Renate, I'll remove.
Tony is there. Yeah, oh, everyone.
Emma. Is Emma there?
Oh, yeah. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Apparently my extra camera doesn't work. I need to use the camera of the computer. Yeah. I guess that's okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this, at least for me, new tool, Restream Studio. I hope you all see me and hear me. I'm very happy to be this afternoon's chair on a panel on safety of journalists with distinguished panelists I will introduce in a minute. The central question in this session today now is how do we move towards a Europe where the realization of the right to protest and the safety of journalists go hand in hand. And this in times of increased social unrest, of pandemics, and now even a horrible war in the midst of Europe. The ECPMF, together with other organizations such as the EFJ, and with the help of the tool, the Media Freedom Rapid Response Mechanism, is monitoring all kinds of violations against journalists and the media, this all with the support of the European Commission. 2021 was marked, as the year before, you may not be surprised by the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the EU, there are over 34% of alerts were linked to it. Many press freedom violations took place at protests and demonstrations, many held by anti-vaccine and anti-lockdown groups. This is also, or this is a reflection of increased violence, of polarization, and a feeling of being embedded between a small, loud group in society and the police, which is not always there to protect the journalist, sometimes even more aggressive than they should be. So as you see, a lot of food for thought, a lot of discussions, and I hope also some ideas how we get our societies again much closer, how we keep the social cohesion, which in general is missing, and I think which is a reflection of the problems we face here. I'm happy to introduce Monique Hofmann. She is the Managing Director of the German Journalists Union, an EFJ affiliate. We have two in Germany. And Monique has done a lot herself in terms of monitoring and helping journalists, including freelancers. And we will be very curious of what she will tell us. I'm happy to introduce Tony Rigopoulos, who, sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Perfect.
I can't see you there. He is an editor-in-chief of Cuti Pandoras and a journalist with Documento. And he has been aggressed himself by the police during the COVID demonstration and will tell us about his first-hand experience. So will Emma Audrey. She is a journalist. In French, we say grand reporter. In English, it sounds less interesting, field reporter from Radio BIP. She will give us some insight in her day-to-day work and the challenges journalists are facing today, especially when they leave the newsroom and go out. Emma, welcome. And last but not least, I'm very happy, and it's not the first time, it may not be the last time, to introduce Peter Smets. He's from the European Federation of Police Unions, and I think it's utterly important to have the dialogue with the police, also specifically with the police unions, to also understand the challenges they have and to understand each other's role in this conflict. Peter, Good to see you again. So let's start. Monique, let's be first. Tell us a little bit about the situation in Germany, about the union's role there, and how you see maybe some solutions as well. The floor is yours. We cannot hear you, Monique.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say thank you for having me here. I would like to shortly outline the situation in Germany and maybe present some possible solutions. In its annual report, Media Freedom Rapid Response recorded 119 attacks on press freedom in Germany in 2021, compared to 72 in 2020. So the number has almost doubled. And by far the largest number of these attacks occurred in connection with anti-corona protests. We have also official numbers from the government, which reported almost 300 politically motivated crimes against media in 2021. However, we know that there are probably many, many unreported cases. I was here at the summit 1 year ago. And then I expressed my concern that media workers could stop reporting from protests. And now I have to say that unfortunately this has become real. So more and more frequently media workers are feel forced to stop their coverage of anti-corona protests due to attacks. And what is even worse, they even decide not to report anymore for security reasons. A second point, or another worrying tendency that we see, is that ever more of these attacks come from people who do not have a clear political background. This means we are dealing with a new form of extremism that is not based on ideology, but on a fundamental rejection of our free democratic basic order. Of which media and journalism are an essential part, of course. And this is really dangerous because for these new extremists, the pandemic is only an interchangeable occasion to reach ever wider sections of the middle of society with their narratives. And so I think this is a problem we'll be dealing with even after potential end of the pandemic. At the same time, Renate, you said this, police forces often fail to protect journalists. It is true that in Germany, in the course of the last year, something changed. For instance, in Berlin, the police set up so-called media protection zones to which journalists can retreat. Or in Saxony, the police forms mobile media protection teams. Of course, we welcome these attempts to better protect journalists, but they are not sufficient, they are not systematic, and especially these media protection zones, which prevent journalists from moving freely, cannot be a satisfactory solution in terms of press freedom, of course. So what can we do? What are we doing? We pursue different strategies. In April of last year, together with Reporters Without Borders and other media organizations, we launched a code of measures to be implemented by media companies. Those measures aim to ensure employees' safety and offer support in cases of threats or attacks related to their work for the media outlet. And this code applies to permanent employees as well as to freelancers. This is very important. So, for instance, if a journalist feels insecure when reporting from a demonstration, the employer, by committing to this code of protection, guarantees to him or her that they will provide and pay security staff. And media companies which implement the code also appoint a person in the company to whom employees can forward hate mails they receive. And this person then reviews these emails for their relevance under criminal law and reports it to the law enforcement authorities if necessary. And when we started the project last year, several important media outlets had already joined the Code of Protection, like Spiegel, the news agency DPA, and Zeit. And now in February, others followed, also the first regional newspaper, which is very important, the Weser-Kurier. So this is at the level of employers who, of course, have a duty of care for their employees. However, there are many totally free freelancers who do not research on behalf of a specific media outlet and who have absolutely no protection when reporting from demonstrations or receiving hate mails. For those, of course, we offer legal support, but for a few months now, we are also cooperating with a safety training provider, and we cover part of the participation fee for our freelance members who want to do this safety training. But, and this is the most important thing to do at the moment, we also try to reach out to the responsible ministries at federal and at state level. Our idea is to organize regular roundtables with journalists, organizations, ministries, police, and maybe also prosecutors' officers to develop concepts how we can better protect journalists. And one output of such roundtables and of such a concept could be a fund financed by the state or financed by the state and publishers, why not, that benefits freelance media professionals. And this fund, for instance, could be used to finance safety equipment like step-proof vests, safety trainings, or trauma seminars. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Thank you very much. Perfectly in time, and a lot of stuff you put there. I think it's very interesting what you mentioned, that on the one hand, the right to know is endangered, which is a principle for democracy. And on the other hand, the very people who endanger it are those who don't believe in democracy anymore. So almost by that, destroying it. And that's a very serious issue. And as you said, it will not stop with the pandemic. It's with us for the while. And we have to do a lot of thinking. And I think also journalists in general have to reach out much more to all kinds of communities, be less biased, and try to embrace all these people who sort of feel that they're not part of our societies anymore. But that's a big issue. So let's move on. I'm happy to have Tony here with us to go from Germany, which is pretty dramatic when we hear about the numbers, to Greece, which I think is not an easy country when it comes to media freedom and protection for journalists. So Tony, happy to hear from you.
Hi, hello, and thank you very much for having me. So yeah, exactly. I think what you said is right. There's a big difference between what's going on in Germany and what's happening in Greece, because we also had a background of 10 years of austerity, very harsh austerity. So demonstrations back then and demonstrations now with the coronavirus are fundamentally different to each other, especially concerning the people that take part in them and the way they perceive journalists. So I haven't really covered protests outside Greece, but my experience is rather confined in my own country. But I'm sure that you will find similarities with the situation in other countries. So since most of us are work in the media field, I feel that like this is a safe space to be honest about something, that a big part of our jobs during a protest is not covering always the demonstration itself, but to also cover the riots that may occur. So the fact that we go after it often puts us in a position in which we expose ourselves to danger, since we are in the middle of fights between two very heated groups, the rioters and the police. And the only thing those groups may have in common is that they both don't trust us. So this is the main problem we are facing, and from which the risks of covering a demonstration derive. And when I say risks, I mean the danger of being verbally and physically attacked or having equipment destroyed, by demonstrators and by police officers. And of course, sometimes police officers not permitting us to do our jobs and to be able to go all over the space of the demonstration. So a couple of months ago, I had a meeting with MFRR representatives during the fact-finding mission they had to Greece. And when we spoke about this issue, they asked me if media professionals wear any kind of distinctive sign to indicate that they are members of the press. And my reactions was that I almost laughed when I thought about how that would be perceived by the involved parties. I explained that in Greece, that would make you a walking target, practically, and that even sometimes just by holding our equipment, cameras, phones, and everything, that is sometimes more than enough. And I must note that during the last few years, there have been many incidents of reporters and photo reporters being bullied and being isolated from the field. So on a personal note, concerning the issue you mentioned at the beginning, in November 2020, my experience while covering one of the first demonstrations that happened during the pandemic was an eye-opener. I was documenting the detention of a protester, and at that point, an officer approached me. He prohibited me from filming, and he cursed me in the most vulgar way you could in the Greek language. He repeatedly refused to acknowledge my press identification, and he said he doesn't care if I'm a journalist. And then he led me to the police department. He pushed me violently into a chair and shouted aggressively in my face that things don't work the way you know when you're in here in the department meeting. So fun fact about you guys, he actually fined me with 300 euros for wearing a full face mask, you know, the ones with the filter on, instead of a COVID-19 medical mask. The fine was supposedly deleted after that, but I still have to undergo many legal procedures to have it revoked from my tax debts. So some months after that, the former civil protection minister published a new police doctrine for protests. And it also involved some of what Monique said before. It was clearly stated there that journalists would be obliged to follow protests from an area designated by the police. Of course, this created huge reactions from journalists and photo reporters, and because, of course, we were sure that if that was going to go on forth, then we would have a problem following the protests generally, and we would just have the aspect of what the police wanted us to have. So during the same day, the minister said it wouldn't be implemented in that way as it was officially documented. So the bottom line here for me is that if police officers who are in charge of demonstrations were trained enough to acknowledge the work of media professionals who are on field, if they understood that documentation of what's going on by independent sources such as the media can work as protection for themselves too, as long as, of course, they don't misuse their power, then demonstrations could become a much safer place for journalists. But the fact that the Greek police, and I'm speaking specifically about the Greek police because that's the case I know, doesn't even answer official inquiries submitted by organizations such as the MFRR, I think shows exactly how low they consider the issue to be. So allow me to conclude this initial intervention. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time. By noting that some months ago, in April 2021, an experienced crime reporter, Yorgos Karaivas, was brutally murdered by hitmen right outside his house. Now, the government and the police have reported zero developments in the investigation, and it is essential that the authorities must get to the end of this case, as it may be connected to other cases such as the death contract against the publisher Documento, where I work for, Kostas Vaxavanis. So press freedom in Greece has been under attack by the current government in unprecedented ways, like attempts to economically strangulize opposition media, especially Documento, slaps, criminal charges against journalists, and political targeting. And although all those activities have nothing to do with the police per se, in my opinion, when the top of a country's government sets press freedom and journalism as its #1 enemy, then it's only logical that mentality to run all the way through down to the base of the state's pyramid, such as the police officers who are on the street and who will also see an enemy in the face of any media professional on the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much for this very interesting, and I think, sorry, it's the phone. Yes, it's not only in Greece that the press sign is almost inviting to violence, which is actually quite dramatic. I remember in the Netherlands, the logo of the public service media, NOS, which normally stands really for trust, had been taken away to protect the staff. So this is where we are, and this indeed is very, very worrying. I also participated in the online mission in Greece, and I was quite shocked. The report, by the way, will be published next Monday, and we already have a lot of interest also from members of the European Parliament on that. So there is more food for thought. You talked about the importance of training of journalists. You also talked about the question of area designated by the police for journalists, which I agree is probably not the really way out. But I'm turning naturally now to Peter, who is the president of the Federation of Police Unions. And we already met a few times, and I remember a few years ago, Peter, when you mentioned also the problems of the police being understaffed and not having enough training. But I also remember that you said at the time that why should we protect journalists more than any other citizen? I think you have changed a little bit this idea since we had these different dialogues, which for me was also a sign that indeed dialogue is so important. We are discussing with your colleagues a common project now on safety for journalists. So I think it shows how important it is. I don't know if, for example, the Greek or the German police unions are part of your federation, but nevertheless, it would be great to get some insights from you, what you think is most important for both police and journalists to do to improve the situation.
Thank you again for inviting me this afternoon. And indeed, we met already a couple of times, and we spoke about these issues also a lot. And to be honest, I think there's a big trust issue from both parties. And that trust issue is, like our colleague from your colleague from Greece said, it's fed by the governments. And it's also fed by a lot of journalists who choose political sides. And that's why police officers often have a problem with the journalists. And if you encounter one journalist that is choosing a political side as a police officer, you automatically think that all journalists are like that, but that's not true, of course. Another big problem is, like Monique said, the society. The society shows us that people are getting harsher in the demonstrations, that they're using demonstrations to attack the government, to attack our idea of society. And because of journalists as well as police officers are an important part of that society, they attack us. And I think that in there we are partners, and we are surely not on opposite sides, because we are there to protect the democratic way that we live in. So that's why I think it's very important that we get in touch with each other and that we will try to find solutions on those issues. Like you said, Renate, it's indeed that a lot of countries, they don't budget police enough anymore. What does it mean? Trainings that changes a lot. And I remember from the time that I began with the police, I began with the Gendarmerie, the Rijkswacht in Belgium. And each day we had exercises on crowd control, on managing demonstrations, and now in the police schools in Belgium, there is not 1 hour in a whole year of lesson about crowd control. So I believe that there is also a problem in training, and the society, I feel, and don't misunderstand me, I'm for an inclusive society, and I'm for everybody has his chances, but I feel that the society is going the wrong way, and that people who are doing things wrong don't get punished anymore. So I feel that in your problem, justice has a role to play too. If it's by a police officer or another civilian, a journalist is attacked for the wrong reasons, justice should act against a police officer or against a civilian. That's for sure. And I think it's important that anybody who is not there to demonstrate for the right reasons should be punished, because what we see now is that today we have a demonstration and people are attacking other people, or breaking stuff, or windows, or cars on fire in the demonstrations and things like that. And next week you see the same people again in another demonstration. So I feel there is also a big issue there. And like I said, the police officers, they are lacking of training, and they are not used to deal with those kind of demonstrations anymore. 20 years ago, you had the big demonstrations with the industrial demonstrations, or football games where every week you had to fight with supporters. Then it get better, and after 10-15 years we didn't have those kinds of demonstrations anymore. But now we feel that we're going back 20 years in time, and that we are back with maybe a new sort of demonstrations, but with the same aggressive behavior as before. But we as police officers, we're not prepared anymore to react on this. What are the solutions? I think for us, the solutions is to communicate, to do briefings before demonstrations for press, to do debriefings after demonstrations for the press people on the field. And very important is that we know faces. Another thing that I see is that we don't know who is a journalist anymore. Everybody with an iPhone can be and filming can be a journalist, but it can also be a normal civilian. And for example, if you're doing an arrest as a police officer and there's somebody coming with his phone filming, yeah, then it's kind of logical that the colleagues react, because you don't know who or who is filming you. Of course, if as a journalist you have the right to film this, I'm totally agree with that, but take distance, don't come in between, don't make it feel that you're another hazard for the police officer that is doing the arrest at the time. So I think that being a little bit logical and thinking like a normal like everybody could solve already a lot of issues. Another thing that I see is that the colleague said that a journalist should go everywhere to do his work. That's not true. If the police officer says this is a place that is not allowed, it's not allowed. And if you interfere with that order, then you're committing a crime. It's not a big crime, but it's a crime. So that's why I feel that briefings before and after demonstrations with the journalists are very important. And also, don't forget that the work of a journalist, the movies, the films you make between riots, a lot of police instances use this to identify people afterwards. So they can bring them before court. So I believe that it's not just one way thinking. It's we have to think both ways, and for to end my speech, I believe that a journalist should be protected, but also the other civilians should be protected. And to be honest, at this time, in a lot of, I'm not saying in every country, but in a lot of European countries, the police isn't equipped anymore to do the work like they should do. And they don't have the training anymore to do the work. And this is a fight as a European police union that we want to take. But it will not be from one day to another. It will take some time, I think. Thank you. And if you have some questions, you know where to find me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lots of food of thought as well, Peter. And I think what you just said, that the police is not equipped anymore to do its work. Unfortunately, we face a very similar situation in journalism. Journalists, specifically freelance journalists, are not equipped anymore to do the work. They neither get the economical, but also in other terms have the capacity to do what they wish to do, which was with their vocation. That's why we face a brain drain as well of journalists. So there we have something in common. The same issue with trust. You rightly said at the beginning, trust is not there anymore. And we keep saying in journalism, without trust, there won't be any future. If our audience don't trust journalists and journalism, we have a big problem. So this issue indeed is very important as well. So police and journalists become at the same time the victims. And it shows how important it is to have this dialogue, to not give stereotypes. The ones are good, the others. We have good journalists and bad journalists. We have good police and bad police, but both have their specific role, and their specific roles in terms of journalism has to be defended. Before I give the floor to Emma, I would just like to say to the audience that you're all welcome to put some questions in the chat. I have a look at them, and once we are through it, we would like to have a little bit of discussion with the audience as well. So please feel free to put in what you would like to ask and to whom you would like to ask that. And so now we are turning to France. I'm very happy to have Emma with us, who will tell us a little bit about the situation in her country, in her situation. We had some big issues last year when the big question was there to take pictures of police, if that's allowed or not. I heard from Peter that he has some problems with that, but we vigorously fought for the right to take pictures. This is a freedom of expression and freedom of the media issues. So Emma, take the floor. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Hello. I don't know if you hear me. Hello, thank you for having me here. I'm going to present myself a little bit. I'm senior journalist in a non-profit press multi-channel organization based in Besançon, the capital of Franche-Comté region, situated at the Swiss border, western border. So I'm a long-term journalist, having started when I was very young, and I worked also in Romania and France. Before I start the case study, I'd like to explain in 3 words, if I may. My background as a motivation as a journalist, it's very important because this will give some comprehension points on my work. So I was born in Romania at a time when it was under the dictatorship of Ceausescu. My family was under surveillance by Securitate, the Romanian KGB. And because of the Austrian origin of my grandfather. After the revolution, my family had the chance to see our personal files from this organization, Securitate, and I was appealed to see how many friends were in fact governmental spies that were documented, even the joke told by my parents at some parties. In those years, I learned a lot. My parents were, of course, listening to a forbidden long-wave radio that was broadcasting from Monaco. I'm talking about this because this was the very, very first moment I really wanted to be a journalist. My parents were risking a year of prison, not only for informing themselves to an independent media, but also for educating their children about the real situation of the country in total opposition with the 24-hour school propaganda. Of course, my father had several problems with the Securitate and was close to being imprisoned for his actions against the state. Fortunately, the revolution in '89 helped a little bit in this matter and managed to escape prison. So why it's important, my background? Because this is the core of our mission to inform, those journalists in Monaco risked not only their lives in order to inform, but also those of their families. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the subjects, the security for journalists in France. So I work mostly on the field. Our journalist angle is based on human rights. It's focused on human rights. I cover also social movements since 2015. So I had the time to see a dramatic evolution of the violence in those movements. To start with, my camera was smashed twice, once by a police officer, once by a demonstrator. I've been aggressed by police officer, but also by demonstrators. I've been hit with rubber bullets and grenades by a police officer and hit with objects, rocks, and once almost hit with a Molotov cocktail by demonstrators. As you can see, there's no security whatever side you're looking from. This is the reality of those social movements. Of course, what I'm talking about is not of 24-hour non-stop dangerous situations. There are moments in those social movements that are more violent than others. Back in 2016, I was covering the social movement against the so-called work law that was forced by the government in Paris. I only had a small protection, a small helmet, because it was, a traditional union movement, as you perhaps know. Those were family type of demonstrations where at the end everyone was picnicking and eating merguez sausages. Of course, it didn't happen this way, and I was surprised to see union members exchanging stones and all kinds of objects with anti-riot police who charged a lot of times the demonstrators. So it was so quick that I hadn't even had the time to put my helmet on. You need to know that when this happens, we journalists, we only have 3 ways to cover those moments: behind the police, behind the demonstrations, and in between. So behind the police, it's sometimes possible, but of course, it's not the best position to understand anything, because we're kept from any kind, far away from any kind of situation. Of course, it's also kind of dangerous because projectiles are sent in that direction. Behind the demonstrators, it's even worse sometimes, not only because of the angry demonstrators who don't want to be filmed, but also because of a rather large amount of grenades, rubber bullets, and water cannons, and charges from the police. It's the spot where we never really want to stay. So the only spot left is between the police and the demonstrators. So this spot is also very dangerous because all the projectiles and anti-riot munition are exchanged above our heads. And sometimes they are shooting around us when it's not shooting us. And this is how I lost my hearings in 2016. I will talk a little bit technical, characteristics. 2 grenades called GLI F4, that contains a small amount of TNT, exploded not too far from me. This permanently damaged my hearing. When I went to the doctor to see what's going on with my hearing after I had an MRI, I found out that I also have a small piece of metal in my sinus that came from an explosion. So let me tell you a little bit about those grenades. So the GLI-F4 is one of the most destructive one. It mutilated several persons in France because it's kind of a grenade. It's a kind of grenade that exploded a few seconds after it had been thrown by the police. And some demonstrators are trying to send it back. When it explodes, their hands are destroyed. The explosion is so intense that on another riot in Paris, when I was fully protected with a professional anti-gas mask, helmet, and everything on me, the air pressure was so important because of the explosion that my lungs fill up in a fraction of a second with all of the exterior ambient tear gas. So I can tell you it's a horrible feeling, and I lost my balance because of the explosion right away, almost fainted because of the pain of this situation. Now, the EF4 was replaced in France with another grenade called GM2L. This is the same effect, nothing really changed. The new one mutilates the same way as the old one and is also very powerful, even if the TNT was replaced with another type of explosive. I need to talk about this another grenade, which is called the disencirclement grenade that explodes and is sending 18 small rubber pieces. I'm showing here. You might see those rubber pieces in the air. There's an obligation of sending them only towards the feet. Never above the heads. But unfortunately, this rule is not respected, and and this may also mutilate persons around. Our own co-worker received the striker of the grenade. It's a smaller, it's the core of the grenade. It's about, I don't know, 5 centimeters of a metal piece. He received this in the gas mask, the protection. So the protection torn apart in pieces. It was in plastic, protecting the whole face. He was lucky enough just to have a nasal fracture, but it wasn't the case of another Turkish journalist that had the same kind of situation and with the same kind of protection. Unfortunately, he received the striker, the same piece, in the eye, and he lost his right eye. There was an alert, if I'm not wrong, about those two cases on the platform. So there's another type of mutilating weapon. It's called LBD-40. This weapon shoots rubber bullets about 40 millimeters. I'm showing those rubber bullets. So those bullets, when fired toward the head, generally mutilate persons if fired in the eye or in the head. Professor Laurent Tinès, a known neurosurgeon in France, alerted about the injury generated by those rubber bullets. It compares those cranial injuries with a motor accident of a person without helmet. And even with a helmet, if you get a cranial trauma if hit by those rubber bullets at a certain distance. So why do I talk about those weapons? Well, it's because I've been hit with all those munitions and weapons while working at so-called safe distances. In 2015, since 2015, I've covered most of the social movements or other kind of so-called areas to defend movement, like the one in Notre-Dame-des-Landes in France. I've witnessed a radical evolution of the violence on both parts. I've also documented several situations of police violence. Once, one of the policemen I filmed hitting a demonstration had been convicted a few weeks ago by a judge in Besançon, our city, after battling for justice. I could explain how the government tried to lie about this specific situation and defended the policeman by blaming the journalist, me. So it's a very tense situation where we need to be careful in order to be able to inform correctly about those events. Between 2018 and 2021, here in France, police confiscated almost all of our protection gear before entering the demonstration zones. That forced a lot of journalists to document those violent situations without protection. We alerted about this a lot, but fortunately, our union, with the help of several organizations, succeeded late 2021 to push a change in the police practices, and only for the journalists with a press card. You need to know that there are journalists without press card, mostly independent or beginners, and they are still considered as demonstrators and get arrested or get their protection gear confiscated. Another thing worth mentioning is the police violence against journalists in Paris. The 1st May, I'm going to finish here. In Paris, the 1st May 2018, wearing as usual my press gear with TV and press on helmet and vest. I'm always, marked this way in those movements. I've been hit with a police baton several times. As I felt on the ground, I turned to protect my camera while he continued hitting me with his baton. I was unable to walk right away as he hit me on the left side of my knee. So one demonstrator came to me to help get out of the area. Some street medics helped me with some anti-pain spray that helped a little bit. When I confronted a policeman about that right away after the charge, he just insulted me. I had to go to the emergency room to check my foot, and it was very swollen, and I wasn't able to walk correctly. Fortunately, I only had a small meniscus crack. In December 2021, while covering another demonstration against a new law called global security in Paris, you were talking about this, Renate, if I'm not wrong, I've been hit in my neck with a police baton by several policemen twice. Unfortunately, their strategy was to surround the demonstrators on both sides of the street and charge from both sides, hitting everyone. So a lot of journalists lost their cameras after being charged blindly by police in those cases. In my case, after another MRI, I discovered that I have a herniated disc 1 to 7 on my left side of the neck. Okay, I'm gonna finish. So as you can see, those situations are very complicated for us, and we can talk about a lot of things. But of course, I can give details, and all those situations were documented. Last thing, I will not talk about sexual aggression that is specific to women journalists, because this needs a little bit more time to be correctly addressed. But know that for women, it's also another type of aggression that happens in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you for this very moving testimony. It sounds very scary. It sounds like from a war zone and not from within our societies. And we know how much there is also in terms of female aggression. We just had a seminar at the EFJ, and we had a very moving session on online harassment.
I can't hear Renate. Do you hear her?
I can't hear anything either.
Yeah.
I thought it was me.
Yeah.
I think we lost Renate. Yeah.
Empowerment of journalists.
Yeah.
Is everything okay here?
You were gone for a moment.
There is a problem?
Yeah, you were gone for a moment, but now you're back. Everything's okay.
Okay. Anyway, this recommendation has been adopted in September, and it's now with all member states to implement it. They have 18 months. And I can only say we need our journalist organizations and everybody to push member states to do such implementation. We know very much how difficult it is, but I can also say you some of our affiliates, like in Croatia, they have already had dialogue with the governments, with the police, and they are using this recommendation to push things forward. So it is possible, but we all know how difficult it is to get implementation done. So a lot of work to do. But a lot of important work, because this recommendation, we put a lot of effort in there. There is a lot of good stuff in there. So I recommend to all of you to read it. There is a question specifically to Peter, as he's here the only police representatives. It's also regarding the question of so-called citizen journalists. How do you deal with them? Do you treat them differently or not? Peter, shortly, thanks.
Yes, thank you. So, like I said, I don't have a real problem with filming what police officers are doing. but just keep in mind that keep your distance and try to not disturb what is happening at the time. Another thing that I want to say is that if it's normal journalists or citizens journalists, so I believe citizens journalists are just people filming with their phone, if I understand correctly. And most of the time those images are used by other journalists afterwards to put on the media and to put in in general on the media. And the film itself is not a problem, but what we see often is that only a part of the movie is shown in the media and not all the movie. And I'm not saying that every case is the same, but a lot of times we see that if you show all the movie, it gives a different perspective of what's happened. And even if you don't show the whole movie, and afterwards it seems that there is some kind of other reality, you don't hear anything about it anymore afterwards. And that's what I think it gives a trust issue between the police officers and the journalists or the citizens. If you film something, try to film it all or show it all like it was from the beginning on the end. And a lot of these times, the people were not there where the problems began or where they end. And I think that's a big issue. Sometimes those movies don't show the reality.
Thank you, Peter. I have a question to Emma because I felt you have been moved yourself even by talking about all what aggression you face, and that's completely natural. What kind, or do you get any psychological support? And a question of Tony, having listened to Emma, do you feel you face the same problems, or is there another violence behind what Emma said, or maybe just, I mean, you never can repair, but to see if you're all in the same boat. So Emma first, and then Tony.
Yeah, of course. My organization is doing everything for me to be helped with this matter. But you know, it's the problem with a small organization like ours, non-profit organization, press organization, of course, is that we are not so rich, and there are sometimes problems with work time, so we need to make a lot of hours, so we don't have really the time to take care of ourselves. But just to say, I've been in Ukraine, I've been in a lot of places, and of course there's a follow-up after all those situations.
Thank you, Emma. Tony?
Well, listening to Emma, it was amazing because I could just see images that I've seen on the street happening in Athens, and hearing that it's been going on in France and so many other countries as well was shocking. Emma said she had her hearing impaired by a grenade. That's what happened also to a journalist 10 years ago during the big austerity demonstrations, and he completely lost his hearing, Emmanuel Kipeos. And he's actually still going into court, trying to find his, in the justice system, which is really, really slow in Greece. And I think Emma painted a very, very, very real picture about journalists being obliged. We're doing our job, just as Peter said that the policemen are doing their job. We're not there because we want to be, as a volunteering. It's our job to be there, and it's our job to document what's happening. So we need to be close to what's happening. But especially, I've tried being behind the police. Of course, you have no idea what's going on really on the field. I've tried being behind the demonstrators. Again, you're just a target, and you don't exactly see what's going on. So of course you're in the middle, but documenting what happens between two groups is when you see it happen, you and documenting what's going on there, you're helping both sides in case they're being unjustly done by the other side. I mean, in Greece, we had a big demonstration like a year ago against the COVID measures, and the police officer was brutally attacked by demonstrators in a very bad way, and he was taken to hospital. And that video was, of course, shared all over the internet and all over the media. And it was important to play that story because the guy was just doing his job and he was attacked by demonstrators. It doesn't only go one way; it goes both ways.
Thank you, Tony. I would like to ask Monique, as the union representative here. It seems safety suddenly is at the center also of the union work. This hasn't been the way 20 years ago at all. It's been collective agreements, legal service, as you said. So do the unions have to react? Do they have to reform themselves? Or do they say this is actually the duty of care of the employers? Or how would you react listening to these two testimonies here in, unfortunately, 2 minutes, because Peter also wanted to say a last word. Thanks, Monique.
Yeah, of course, we have to react. I started to work for the union in this position in November 2020, when there was the first big anti-corona demonstration. And now this is my main task, the security of journalists. That is most of the part of my work time is occupied with these safety issues. And we don't have to reform, but we have to focus our work on what is actually on what is currently the most important issue to deal with. And of course, it's also an issue which with which employers have to deal. They have a duty of care for their employees. I said this, and they have to implement this code of protection we developed. But also politics have to react. So we have these three levels. Of course, the unions, which also have to do lobbying with politics. Politics have to react. We mentioned the European Commission's recommendation. Also, the governing parties in Germany in their coalition agreement wrote that they will speak up, though, that they will stand for the safety of journalists. They want to improve safety of journalists. So this is a political issue, an issue of the employers, and of course also of the unions.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. It cannot be lip servicing. We have to really remind them of what they say. They should also implement. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Monique. Peter.
Yes, I wanted to end by saying, yeah, it's like you said, also as a union worker, it is the responsibility of every employer to take care of the people working for them. Also, that is an issue within the police. We have people who are not, if they have an accident on the job, who are that the police doesn't pay the hospital bills and that you have to pay it yourself. So that is also an issue with us. But what I feel, as with the many contacts we had, Renate, is that I have a feeling that more and more big press agencies are working with freelance just to escape that responsibility. And I think that is also a big thing for you guys to work on. And yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Absolutely, Peter. This is a good final word. I can assure you that we are doing that. And actually next week, the ECPMF will have a conference in Berlin. And I'm also there invited specifically on the issue of the duty of care for freelance journalists and what we all have to do to help them more. They're not only the most precarious ones with the least possibilities of training and all that. So, and they're often the youngsters who enter journalism as freelancers and not as anybody else. So that is very important. As it is 15, I think we have to finish now. I would like to thank all of you very, very much for your very good contributions, for your honest approach, not hiding anything. And I would like to thank the ECPMF Gürkan for the preparation of this, I think, very interesting panel. And I'm afraid it will not be the last one on safety. I remember the one a year ago, Monique, I was there as well. And unfortunately, things have not improved, but I do think the awareness is improving, is getting better, and we have to work on that. So thank you all very much and enjoy the rest of the day. In Brussels, the sun is shining. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the second panel of the MFRR Summit 2022. Our session is titled A Web of Abuse, and as part of the session, we will be focusing on the threats to journalist safety online. I will be moderating this session today. I work as the MFRR coordinator, and today with me are four distinguished guests. The first one to speak will be in Turkey, Burcu Karakaş. She's the Turkey correspondent for Germany's international broadcaster Deutsche Welle. Burcu's reporting focuses mainly on human rights, migration, free speech, and gender issues. Over the years, she focused on the stories of ethnic, sexual, and religious minority groups in Turkey. And our second speaker will be photojournalist and visual storyteller from Germany, Stara Thalia Ambrosio. Stara mainly works for magazines and daily newspapers. She integrates parts of her work into educational form of multimedia presentations. Equally relevant is her ongoing engagement with gender issues in her own industry. She was awarded the German Multimedia Prize for Multimedia Kandvala and is on the shortlist for IWPA Award for 2022. Then our third speaker will be Chief of Section on the Freedom of Expression and Journalist Safety at UNESCO, Guilherme Canela de Souza Godoi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, holds the position of the Chief of the Section of the Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists, and previously he held the position of Communication and Information Regional Advisor for Latin America and the Caribbean at UNESCO. And before that, he coordinated the Media and Journalism Research Area of the News Agency for Children's Rights, UNDI, and he has co-authored 10 books published by UNDI. And our fourth speaker will be the Policy and Advocacy Officer at Free Press Unlimited, Flora Schulte Nordholt. And Flora is a lawyer by background who specialized in ICT, Internet and Privacy Law. She focuses on issues relating to online harassment, primarily of women journalists, and legal and digital threats to journalists. She's part of the Coalition Against Violence, where she leads the working group on policy and regulatory advocacy. So I will start with Burcu, but before that, I would like to give a bit of a background. In 2021, 1 in 6 attacks targeting journalists took place online. The second most common place for the attacks against journalists was the digital space after protests. And majority of these attacks were online harassment in forms of insult, abuse, and threats, but they also involved surveillance data, access blocking to information such as blocked websites or no response to inquiries, as well as hacking or distributed denial of service attacks. So first of all, Burcu, can you please tell us about your experience as a journalist and what have you been faced with online in your career so far? And if you had to categorize, what would you say were the general themes that you have seen in any kind of attacks that you have faced so far?
Thank you very much, Gürkan. So first of all, for those who maybe doesn't know the current situation in Turkey, unfortunately, it is a very polarized society, and that is actually reflecting on everything. And that is also reflecting on journalists, like, how people do behave them. And so as we all know, social media is the place that I cannot escape from them. I'm sharing my articles and the videos that I produce. So it is the place that I have to be active and I have to be online. Not all the time, but at least most of the time. But that is recently changing for me because I had enough of the social media as a journalist, especially in the last year. Starting from last year, I think I really had like serious attacks, let's say, and sometimes threats as well. So how is that working? I am covering migration and especially the Syrians coming to Turkey for now more than 10 years, like since the beginning of the war in Syria. And so, of course, I'm kind of like, it's like one of my expertise, I can say, migration. And So when the Syrians actually they came to Turkey, AKP said that they are just our guests here. So which means that, which also sounds like if you have a guest, it means that they are gonna leave at some point. But we know that migration is not something like this. We have now in Turkey more than 3 million Syrians, and this is becoming a really serious issue, especially also in the politics and the journalists who are covering refugee stories from the human rights perspective. And actually it should be, of course, the way, if we are the journalists, we have to have that perspective anyways. We are receiving so many online attacks and threats, and if you are a woman, of course it's sexist at the same time. So I think one of the journalists who are receiving those threats and attacks most, and that's why I am fed up with the social media. Instagram isn't like that, not that much, but Twitter, I would say it is just it became like one of my nightmares. And it is, so first of all, you have asked about the themes. The first thing, it is migration, I would say. Refugees, like, it doesn't also have to be anything like sharing my opinion. So the environment is like this. Even if you tweet something saying that the refugees are also human beings, that's enough for anyone to attack you. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, you can just see how people are responding, and I am not doing that, of course. I mean, I'm a journalist, so I'm covering not of course only the Syrians, but Afghans as well. So, and all the other refugees who live in Turkey. But Syrians and Afghans, that they are like the most I would say visible, maybe in the society. So that's how I became, I think, a kind of like a hate object in front of the audience. So they know that I cover refugee rights, and they hate it, and they just write anything. I mean, sometimes it is also like they also even ask, they say that, like, I want to rape you, or I wish that you just you live like with one of these Afghan guys in your house, or something like this. Or if you love them so much, then you can just host them in your house, stuff like this. I think I don't think it is a global problem, but just because of this polarized also political discourse in Turkey, this is reflecting on us just like that. And also, of course, the Kurdish issue. If you are covering Kurdish issue, and as a female journalist, then most of the time they don't get and as you see me, I am like blonde, and I'm a journalist, and I am woman. And I know maybe this sounds really weird, but it is the way that people think. Like, they say, like, sometimes people just say that, like, aren't there any other topics that you cover? Like, why do you even talk about this stuff like this? And then, of course, this can reach to a point where people are just start talking like with sexist words. I mean, of course, if you are a woman, and if you are using the social media, it's always sexist. And maybe as a last example I can give, so that happened like a couple of years ago. I have shared a cartoon which was critical of the Turkish government at the time, just because they have started to deport some of the Syrians in Turkey. So that cartoon was critical of that, and I have shared on the social media, on Twitter, and I said that this is a cartoon which is by a Syrian, a friend of a friend, something like this. Then I was on holidays, and I just didn't check my social media. So then I received phone calls from my friends. They're asking me, "Are you okay?" I said, like, why I am okay? Because I have actually muted the tweet, because I started to receive like thousands of tweets to that. And then I saw that this happens a lot in Turkey. People were actually mentioning the police, and they were saying that this woman is just defaming Turkey, and she's a journalist. But of course, I am a journalist, but at the same time, as you know, I am working at DW. I am a German spy. I mean, this is also so important. Like, for the journalists who are working for the international media, you should be a spy. Yani, there is no other way that you can be. So when you combine everything, female journalists working for the international media, covering refugees, Kurdish. I mean, this is just, you are like the hate object on the social media. And then after, people, they actually mentioned police, the security, whatever forces, and, interior ministry even. I was actually, they started an investigation about me. So after that tweet, and I went to the court, and I testified, and nothing came up after that, actually. So I didn't, made it public. But the thing is that I was the one, because I was the one who was receiving like death threats after that tweet. But they asked me to, testify about it. Like, they said, like, why did you share something like this? So that's the way, that's the way how things actually work in Turkey. I know, Gürkan is so much familiar with this, but and sometimes I also a couple of times received, a guy, there was this like fake account on Instagram. It wasn't only me, but he was sending the guns and like bullets, to journalists, and just saying that I will be coming after you and I'm going to kill you. And that guy was also doing that, especially to sending those kind of things to the people who were, I would say, like covering Kurdish politics, and who assumes, the people who are like pro-Kurdish or something like this. I mean, I am a journalist, of course. It's not like I am pro something, but it was in his image like that. And so, of course, I went to court again. I complained about it. Nothing came up about that fake account, because they actually found the person, but nothing happened, still. So you are the one. So in short, you are the one under threat, but you are at the same time, you are the one who has been investigated. I mean, by the police. So it's not like you can even, ask for, some kind of protection, of course. And this is just at the same time, in Turkey, like journalists, they are being killed. So it's, of course, the online harassment and threats, they're important, but at some point you are like, why would I even talk about this? Because my people are being shot on the street. Like, am I going to talk about, I am receiving some threats on the social? Of course it's not like that, because psychologically I am also unfortunately being affected by that. And that's why I started to use social media less, especially in the last 6 months, or the last year and so far. So yeah, maybe I can just summarize like that, so I don't want to take so much of your time. But if you have other questions, of course I can answer them.
While at this topic, Burcu, I would also like to ask you, because I remember we were working on this case together at some point. You also filed a report to the social media platforms regarding the death threats that you have been receiving. What did the platforms respond to you when you submitted your report that you have been receiving death threats?
Yeah, so we yes. So that's as I said, fake account. That was in Instagram, and I sent a report. Yeah, just complaining about it, and they said that, of course, I have shared, what this guy have actually sent me, and they said that, sorry, but we couldn't find any abuse or anything like this. So they couldn't deal with the account, and it was just on like for, so I don't know, like if for a while. Then I tweeted about this. I said that I made my complaint to Instagram, and they just gave me this message saying that there is nothing we can do. And then people started to share the tweet, and it became kind of like viral, not viral, but it was like shared by hundreds of people, then I think this is the first time I'm gonna tell something like this in such a place. Then just because Instagram actually is owned by Facebook, I received a private WhatsApp message from the official from Facebook, and she was Turkish, and she said that Burcu Hanım, like, we are so sorry that you were just going through that, and and then she just, I think, gave me some technical stuff. Like, she said that it doesn't work always like this. Like, sometimes we have to receive, I really don't remember exactly, but we have to receive more reports, or it should be solid or something like this. So she kind of like she actually apologized, I would say, and then that account was gone. But again, of course, this guy just opened like I don't know if there's any way to prevent that. I really have no idea. But once an account is gone, then that person can just and they do actually open the other ones. So he kept sending me again guns and bullets and saying that I'm gonna kill you and stuff like that, and also some nasty pictures of the dead bodies. And yeah, so there is nothing like. Then I started to block the account. First of all, I didn't do that, but then it is really it doesn't make any sense to receive those things. So after I made my complaints, I just blocked it. And sometimes he's active and he does it again, but I didn't receive this kind of things like for a while now.
Thank you, Burcu. I wanted it to go into the record, but also I want to now ask Sitara. Sitara, what has your experience been like on digital platforms regarding online threats and targeting?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. I'm happy that I got asked to speak here today. Yeah, I think it's very important to talk about the security of journalists on the internet. And in this topic, it's really important to be aware that when we talk about the safety of journalists, especially in the context of a digital environment, that we need to focus especially on the safety also of female journalists. First of all, I want to start with a study what I was reading, and that maybe you hear later more about it. But I found it really important to talk about it. That, for example, a study published in 2020 by the International Center of Journalists showed that the 23% of women in journalists reporting having experienced online violence in the course of their work. So we should be really aware of this. And this range of misogynist harassment to target disinformation campaigns, or one of the 5 women asked, so 20% also say that they been attacked or abused offline after the incidents began online. So I had also the experience, for example, that last year I decided to take my phone number off my website because I had a problem that I getting calls and messages from people that I didn't know. And especially when I published a story in a media, then you can see that it was like more a problem than before. So I published a story, and then people like call me, or I getting like really weird messages. And especially also I working a lot with topic of migration on the EU external border. So I have a big problem also with fascists in Germany. They attack me after I make a report on Twitter or on Instagram. And so I was really I was really scared about that someone attacked me offline. So I demand that I decided to give my number only to clients personnel. So, but of course, it will be nicer to have my phone number variable, like published on my website, like many of my other colleagues, so that people can contact me more easily. But yeah, I really had the feeling after all this that it is too dangerous to public my number, because I had so many bad experience. And yeah, especially we as a woman have to be very careful with sensitive data of ours, like ends up in the internet. Yeah, sadly, a very like common reaction to online violence is a self-censorship, so followed by pulling out from all social medias, or yeah, this is unfortunately the cause women to often stop working in our industry, with significant impact of diversity and throughout the news media, not just on the careers of individual women. It is also really shocking to see how employers are response to this violence. For example, also the studio what I find, that the casual of response that complain to their employers about online attacks. However, the response they say that received most often were very unhelpfully. And I also had the experience that I getting attacked after a report on social media, on Twitter last year, at the end of the last year. And I was like, it was a cooperation with the newspaper, and I asked for help, and the response was that there's no there's not a system to support like journalists when they have experience like this. And so I had to deal with it by myself, and I had to find a way how it works to deal with it alone. So yeah, and also this was like a part of the study, like some women also report being asked by their employers what they had done to trigger the attack, or this is like this is friction, but also show how little it's actually down against this in many newsrooms. So there's also far too little access to system and support mechanism for affected journalists, and too little awareness of the existence of strategies and guidelines to address the issues. So for example, many employers do not provide access to counseling service. So there's often a lack of offering from both employers and unions that represent us. And I will feel very comfortable, or I had the wish in this time last year that I have a union that I can ask for a support network or something like this. But also with such a high percent of women affected, there needs to be more structures within our industry to deal with this. In addition, we need a general understanding of this topic, I think. Also among male colleagues, that the space for conversation can be opened. And I had also the feeling like my wish is that we break the stereotypes of the vague woman, and to acknowledge that it is a systematical problem. We need to be raising aware for all our female colleagues who do a really important job every day. And I think this was my feeling too in time last year, where I get attacked on social media, that they wish me like networks and unions they have, or unions they have networks to support female journalists and don't let me alone with it. So I had more the feeling I have, especially as a freelance person, I have to deal with this alone. So yeah, that's what I want to say, I think.
Let us once again reiterate the significance of psychosocial support and prevention of secondary trauma for journalists in newsrooms as well in relation to online attacks. But Sitara, I have one additional question for you. Have you recently had any similar reactions due to your coverage of Ukraine recently?
I can like not online. I had a couple of really bad experience offline, because I'm working now in the Ukraine with a team of male colleagues, and it was like I had one situation that we had an interview with a guy from Canada. He joined the war in the Ukraine to fight, and we make a report about it. And I want to ask him some questions, but he was not really taking me serious. And then I was giving the interview to a male college, and this is how I facing offline with it. But still, I have not, like in the topic of the Ukraine, I don't have any bad experience online now.
Okay, thank you so much. And also let us mention that on Mapping Media Freedom website, you may be able to browse the online and digital attacks and select further filter options regarding freedom and online attacks. It is also as the caption right now. And we heard two cases from two journalists concerning online attacks and basically lack of measures that could provide any meaningful solution to the ongoing problems. At this point, I would like to give a reference to last week's MFRR in Focus webinar, where we aired, which we aired with the title Women in Journalism. And during this session, Antje Schlaff from the ECPMF also announced the statistic Media Freedom, which showed that online and digital attacks against women journalists marked the top of the lists with a quarter of all attacks against women journalists. However, compared with the number of women journalists in the field, the intensity of online and digital attacks against women journalists is much higher, in fact. And considering that we cannot fully grasp the gravity of any issue without relying on meaningful statistics and monitoring of the situation, I now would like to turn to Guilherme. He conducted a global survey titled Online Violence Against Women Journalists. Guilherme, can you tell us what were the highlights of this survey and what are some of the outstanding findings? And can you share with us your views on the significance of collecting data in this field?
Sure, thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you to Gürkan and Sitara for sharing their very, dramatic experiences in this relationship with the online environment, being women journalists. 10 years ago, the United Nations system approved the thing called the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. And this plan was trying to develop policies, global policies, but also national policies addressing what we call the 3 Ps: prevention, protection, and prosecution of the crimes against journalists, either they are male or female. At that time, 10 years ago, it was not that clear to us, unfortunately, that the online violence would become such a significant problem in this area. So when we, during the last 10 years, when we hear the testimonies of journalists like the ones we just heard, the big question was, is this really a systematic problem? Is this really a global issue? Or is just an anecdote? This just happened to Gürkan, this just happened to Sitara. So as you just mentioned, Gürkan, the big issue is how we can make, or how can we suggest evidence-based policy if we don't have the evidence. So what I can confirm to you is that the key elements of what we just heard, we heard things like this can lead to censorship, to self-censorship. We heard the companies, the internet companies, they have an important role here, and unfortunately they are failing to fulfill this role. We heard that one of the tactics of these perpetrators of violence is to send nasty images and make threats, including threats that are very much related to sexual violence against women journalists. We heard that disinformation, misinformation, conspiracy theories, like you are a foreign correspondent and then therefore you are behaving like that. So all those different elements that we heard in the two last testimonies were confirmed by this global survey that UNESCO and the International Center for Journalists carried on the last 2 years. So we interviewed 900 journalists from 125 countries, and those journalists surveyed, they did confirm to us in 73% of those journalists that they experienced different forms of online violence when they were in the previous period responding to this survey. And as Sitara has mentioned in commenting the results, what is even scarier is that more than 20% of those journalists that experience some forms of online violence, this violence become also a violence outside of the online world and become real in the offline world. So those statistics are very scary, but they confirm that it's no longer isolated cases. If they sometimes were isolated cases. So what this research is confirming is that this is a serious problem. It's not isolated in a particular country or region. It's a global phenomenon, unfortunately, and we need to address it. We need to address it because also the survey has shown these women journalists suffer different kinds of consequences. I mentioned one of them is self-censorship, but the other of them, other serious consequences, mental health issues. So then, in terms of looking towards solutions for these or specific recommendations, one of them is precisely how we increase the support for these women journalists. So Sitara mentioned we feel ourselves alone. This was another conclusion of this survey. Most of the journalists that reported, they said that they felt alone. They didn't have support of their own newsrooms. They didn't have support of the internet companies. So how we deal with this situation. The other important thing that was mentioned here that was also confirmed by the main findings of these research, as I have mentioned, is the role of the internet companies here. There is an overall perception that what they are doing to fight this problem is not enough, but goes beyond this. It lacks transparency in many ways. Transparency in the size of the problem, because the companies, they have a lot of data regarding what's going on, but we don't know this data. So again, it's very difficult to suggest evidence-based policy if we don't have a clear access of the overall characteristics of this phenomenon. Although the UNESCO International Center for Journalists survey is helping to show some light on this, the companies could help a lot. I mean, the internet companies in providing more evidence on these stories. So there is a problem of transparency, but there's also a problem of how exactly they establish their internal policies to deal with these kind of situations. But then there is an issue on the side of the public sector, the government, the state, as how we prosecute these kind of crimes. And it's not easy at all. Prosecution services are not necessarily equipped to deal with this kind of online crime. So there is a need to further enhance the training of prosecution services So to deal with that and to avoid what Berko has said, that I'm the victim here, I can't be myself be prosecuted for this. So then there is another problem here, is that we heard a lot how this overall issue of using the judicial system against the journalists, not in favor of journalists, ours get mixed with this overall problem of online violence and overall violence against women journalists and male journalists as well. Final thing I want to say in this first interaction regarding the findings of this research, the surveyed journalists also told us that there is a correlation and the kind of reporting they are doing, and as Berko has mentioned, and the violence they are receiving. So reporting related to human rights issues, and particularly to issues that are perceived as gender issues. So for instance, a woman journalist that is reporting on sexual and reproductive rights, or a discussion of a new law regarding abortion, for instance, they tend to receive more threats, more online violence than other kinds of coverage. So this is very important as well to pay attention. So in a nutshell, if we really want to further develop these policies of prevention, protection, and prosecution, we do need to have better evidence on what's going on. But the two testimonies that we just heard, they were just confirmed by the data that UNESCO and the International Center of Journalists have collected in this global study. Thank you.
Thank you, Guilherme. I wanted to actually ask Burcu and Sitara about their comments on this survey. But since we are running out of time, I would like to first go to Flora. Flora, I have a question for you as well concerning the regulatory side of online harassment. Listen to the experiences of the journalists and seeing the results of a report on a global survey on the same issue. What have been your observations on this matter so far over the years, and what needs to be done, in your opinion? Is it possible to undo the damage done to journalists through these online attacks so far? And are there any support mechanisms available in this regard? I'm pouring all the questions at you right now, but I hope you will have enough time to answer.
Me too. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking Burcu and Sitara for sharing their personal experiences. I mean, that can't always be easy. And Guilherme for your insights in the UNESCO report. So just to add my 2 cents here in the discussion regarding my most important observation, to start off with that question. My most important observation is that we've known for years that women journalists are disproportionately targeted by online harassment. Numerous studies, such as the one that Guilherme just presented, and also studies including among our own partners, show a continuous and exponential rise in attacks on women journalists. I mean, we just heard that women like Burcu even leave social media completely because of it. So while these studies are of vital importance in terms of evidence and data collection, like Guilherme said, it's time we start acting accordingly and start taking real action. And by real action, I mean translating the evidence and data Guilherme was talking about and creating an enabling environment for women journalists to feel safe to report in. And one of the biggest issues here is in the context of online harassment is the lack of a regulatory and legal framework to address it. So currently, the vast majority of online threats are still met with impunity. That is why at FPU, we are part of the Coalition Against Online Violence. This is a coalition that was launched by IWMF last year, and it consists of 53 organizations, all aimed at combating online harassment for women journalists. So along with developing practical tools, we also conduct joint advocacy. And we do that towards 3 target groups. We've heard it in some of the interventions just now. The first group is platforms, as these are the intermediaries that facilitate online harassment, and as such are vital actors in addressing it, including transparency issues, such as Guilherme briefly mentioned as well. The second group is newsrooms, as online harassment should not be something that women journalists have to deal with alone. Newsrooms really do have a duty of care here towards their staff in this regard. And this is something that hearing Sitara's story just now is definitely something it's important to advocate for. And the last group is regulatory bodies, because we've seen that self-regulations of platforms just is not working. We heard from Burcu just now, just one brief example, how platforms act, how they react when you report online harassment. It's just insufficient. And also the rationale behind this is that in order to effectuate lasting change, we really need to have supporting laws and regulations in place. So I'd just like to zoom in a little bit on this last group, the need for policy and regulatory reform. At this moment, not one single country has a comprehensive legal framework in addressing online violence. At this moment, even though certain online harassment tactics are being brought under existing legal provisions, for example, such as existing stalking laws or defamation laws or bullying laws, a lack of international standards is a big issue and something that we advocate for. Just to give a concrete and specific example of such a standard is the need for an international definition of online violence, which from a legal standpoint is extremely important and a vital first step in delineating and demarcating this form of violence and to create further legislation. And this is also something that, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur, Irene Khan, has specifically underlined the need for. But I think the important message I'm trying to portray here is that we must start seeing online harassment as a systemic issue that needs systemic change. And we must start seeing it as rooted pre-digital inequalities in societies that are now perpetuated online and used as methods to silence critical voices, especially women journalists. But in the end, we can't do this alone, of course. We really need a multi-stakeholder approach in this regard. We need newsrooms, we need platforms, we need policymakers, we need everyone on board working together to create this safe and enabling environment so that all journalists, specifically women journalists, can feel safe to report in. I think I'm missing your last question. If you wanted to repeat that one.
Sure. It was, is it possible to undo the damage done to journalists through online attacks so far?
Yeah, so I don't think that damage can ever be undone, not at all, to be honest. I mean, such online harassment can really be extremely traumatizing. And it can come in many different forms. That's what makes combating it so difficult. It can include like obvious forms like threats and insults, but it can also include more vicious forms such as stalking or online impersonation. It can be orchestrated by groups. It can be an individual lone wolf doing it. And it can be purely virtual, but it can also spill over into offline violence, like we just heard, which the report of UNESCO, I believe, also found. In any case, next to practical tools that are needed, I mean, it's mentioned before, I'd just like to mention it again, we really must keep the psychosocial aspect in mind. So any solutions and any sort of help really needs to include this psychosocial aspect. One concrete example of such a mechanism that we've seen be very successful from our partner in Pakistan is a support network for women journalists. This is touching upon something that Sitara just said about feeling alone when dealing with these kinds of attacks. So next to a place that these networks can really be a place to facilitate trainings, they're really in practice also a place of empowerment for women journalists. And yeah, we see that as a best practice. But of course, in the end, I don't think there's a silver bullet here. In the end, such mechanisms, everything we've just mentioned in terms of practical support, are pretty reactive in measures. So I really want to conclude my intervention by emphasizing the need for preventive action, and that we can only do that by acknowledging that online harassment is a systemic issue that needs systemic change. We need a culture change in newsrooms, we need a culture change in platforms, and we need a change in regulation. And I think that's really important if we fundamentally address online violence.
Thank you so much, Flora. And also let me remind in the very last few minutes that if any of our viewers wish to ask any questions or share the relevant comment section in whichever platform that you're watching this right now. And also, I want to confirm what you have just said, Flora, that over the years, whenever we organized any kind of online safety or psychosocial support, self-care trainings for journalists, one of the most frequent comments that I have always heard was that the attacked journalists, this is happening only to themselves, and that there was this solitude in the victimhood as the receiving end of these threats and attacks online. And this is a very significant problem. Sadly, many journalists also state that these threats and attacks are coming with the description of the job, which is not true, that any kind of attack must be reported. And if we look at the mapping media freedom, we can see that one by one, these numbers make up the second most prevailing types of attacks against journalists. And I think there is no problem in mentioning that currently the Media Freedom Rapid Response Coalition partners are working on how to create a new mechanism, support group mechanism for the journalists that have been subjected to online harassment and attacks. And we plan, and hopefully in the coming months, we will be initiating this new mechanism to offer support for journalists online. Seeing that at the moment there are no questions in the comment section, I would like to thank all our speakers and also ask you if you have any final words, perhaps with Burcu.
Hi again. I just want to thank all of you here and for this panel as well. I think it, I mean, it's not I think, but it really makes sense to come together for this kind of issues, because it feels really good to know that you are not alone. And I think, we can always talk about mechanisms and technical stuff, but I always believe in solidarity. When someone just shows solidarity with you, I think that even that's not enough, but that's something, and it's important. So I would like to thank again everyone.
Thank you, Burcu. And Stara?
I have nothing more to say. All the people here saying so great stuff. Yeah, but thank you so much, and I hope that we can, support each other.
So glad to hear notes of solidarity from both journalists. Would you like to give one final reflection?
Yes, no, very briefly. I mean, as I guess Flora also mentioned, unfortunately, there aren't simple solutions for complex problems. This is a complex problem. It will require a complex solution. Part of this is that we need to transform into action what we already know, but we also need to to keep going with this multi-stakeholder discussion to understand what is the role of each of these actors in this story. So for that, I would like to thank, and at the same time to end with an invitation. Since these problems of the online environment, of online violence against journalists, not only women journalists, journalists in general, is so important in our current discussions, UNESCO decided to dedicate the main topic of this year World Press Freedom Day, May the 3rd, to this discussion. So the main topic of the day, May the 3rd, is journalism under digital siege. So the enrollment for the global celebration that will take place in a hybrid format, physically in Uruguay, Punta del Este and also through internet is already opened. So I would invite everyone interested in this issue to enroll and to be part of this discussion, because I think it's very important to keep the pressure on all the players, including the international organizations like UNESCO, that we need to do more and we need to do this now. So please join the World Press Freedom Day celebrations to keep this ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. And finally, again, Flora, if you have anything more to add.
Thank you. I think, yeah, my final words would be that next to practical support needed, which of course is always needed for any form of violence, we really need to create this enabling environment that we've talked about before. And these types of dialogues are very important in that regard, in determining the different aspects that are needed to create an enabling environment. And it's very important that we include all stakeholders, including the women journalists or the journalists in general who are affected by this harassment. So my last word would be not to overlook that last group. So thank you again for sharing that experience.
Thank you so much to all our viewers and participants, and thank you to all our speakers as well. And then in the next session, we will be meeting with the interview with a Ukrainian journalist. And until then, have a good day. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine has taken a new turn in the end of February, violence has been escalating in all, and as in all wars, information becomes one of the first things to get targeted. During the MFRR Summit 2022, we are organizing 3 spotlight interviews to focus on the conditions of journalists that work in times of conflict. Sevgil Musaieva is a Ukrainian journalist from Crimea, and she's also the editor-in-chief of the Ukrayinska Pravda. Welcome, Sevgil.
Hello, nice to meet you. Gürkan.
I would like to introduce you to our viewers at the moment. Sevgil started her career in 2007 as a journalist and specialized in business reporting, especially in oligarchy-related investigations, as well as corruption within the oil and gas industry. And in addition to her journalism, Sevgil is an active charity worker, and she was involved in many projects and events, one of which was initiating a project aimed at providing those affected by the political crisis in Crimea with trustworthy information and assisting them with matters of safety and resettlement. Sevgil, we are very happy to have you as part of the MFRR Summit in the Spotlight interview. But let me start by asking you, how is your work currently under the circumstances in Ukraine?
Okay, it's one of the most challenging, I think it's challenging moment in my career as a journalist and as editor-in-chief of Ukrayinska Pravda. We went through many tragic events. I mean, 2014, I mean, invasion of Crimea, I mean, the death of Pavel Sheremet, my colleague, I mean, also war in Donbass. But what is going right now is disaster. And I want to know, and I want everyone to know, it's world disaster. It's not Ukrainian disaster. It's disaster of humanity. It's disaster of truth and fake. It's disaster of all international security. I think, and I know that Ukraine is spotlight now, but unfortunately, it doesn't help us avoid all these victims for the last 3 weeks. Situation is going more difficult, and in some Ukrainian cities is humanitarian catastrophe. Unfortunately, first of all, I want to mention city of Mariupol. 2 days ago, one of the advisor of the mayor of the city told that possibly more than 20,000 people will die during those events during the last 3 weeks in Mariupol. And all Ukrainian cities are now targeted. What about Ukrainian journalism? Ukrayinska Pravda is a leading newspaper in Ukraine and the oldest one. It was founded in 2000, and also we covered a lot of tragic events during our 22 years of existence. And also we are together with our readers in these very tragic times. For example, in first day when Putin announced that it will be like a war operation, but we do understand that it means war. We received more than 8 million readers, so Ukrayinska Pravda we visited more than 8 million readers per day. After 3 weeks of this war, there are 700,000 million visits in Ukrayinska Pravda. So you can imagine, it's more than 500 million views now. We are the second website in the country after Google, and it also means a lot of support, but at the same time, importance of this media. And also, it's a target for Russians. It's a target for Russian, not army, regular army, but IT army. For example, 2 days ago, we received 200,000 requests per second, and it was the highest DOS attack in our history. We did everything possible to keep our work going. We divided our team in 3 parts. One of these parts still works from a capital of Ukraine, Kiev. One of these parts locate in western part of the country, and also we have a small team of our Ukrainian journalists who works from Poland, and it is our decision, and we hope that it will help us during this challenging times, because possibly we are waiting that we will have a problem with internet connection, with electricity, with everything. That's why we do everything possible to our readers, and we also launched our English version 3 weeks ago, and this English version already received more than 3 million users during this time, which means a lot.
It is definitely a spotlight currently in Ukraine, but the digital attacks also sound very interesting. How is it compared to beforehand? You already said that it is the highest number that you have received so far, but has it been all the same in all the 3 weeks of war, or has it only started recently?
No, unfortunately, yes. We were under different DOS attacks during in 2014, during Revolution of Dignity, during war in Donbass. But last 3 weeks, something very big is going on. Yes, and it's all the time. So they're trying to they're trying to destroy our website every single day. And every single day we receive like more and more requests. So 2 days ago, as I said, there were like 200,000 requests per second, which is, it's something all our IT team was really surprised. They never saw something possible and something like this in their career. But we did all things that protect us. I can't say all particular details about our safety, but believe me, we did everything possible, and we do everything possible for Ukrayinska Pravda, and that Ukrayinska Pravda will work during this period. Very difficult period of time, and I didn't say because of our work now, and that it's probably hour to 7, all team time for sleep or for like normal life, and it's already like 3 weeks like this.
And you mentioned that Ukrayinska Pravda's English version has been also receiving quite a bit of international attention. But how do you perceive the international support and solidarity with Ukrainian journalists and Ukrainian people in the last 3 weeks? And How do you see the connections between Ukrainian and international journalists in the field?
I see the support and I feel this support. Last 3 weeks, a lot of my colleagues from different medias, you know, that I finished, I was a Nieman Fellow, for example, at Harvard University. I also was a fellow at Oxford Reuters Institute, and they also asked me how we can help you, how we can protect you. Also, I want to say that we launched our fundraising campaign in GoFundMe for independent media in Ukraine, and we already received more than 800,000 pounds from people. And you know, it's not international organization, it's not a donor support, it's just people from all over the Europe, and they want to support Ukrainian independent media. And I was surprised. Okay, I said when people came to me and said we want to launch this for 3,000 pounds or $3,000, but I was really surprised that after 2 weeks we already received 700 million, and after 3 weeks it's already more than 800 million pounds for not only for Ukrayinska Pravda but for all medias, independent medias who cover war now.
And before the latest invasion began 3 weeks ago, did you cover conflicts beforehand, or would you say you were prepared to cover a massive invasion like this?
Yes, sure. We went through Crimea invasion, went through Donbas war, and we had our reporters in Donbas region for the last, but it wasn't like occupied territories, because for journalists, the Ukrainian journalists, it's very dangerous to go to these territories. But we had our reporters in Lugansk, for example. They used the pen name to cover all war crimes and situation in the city, in the cities, in Donbas cities. But of course, what we face after after invasion, I mean 24th of February, I can definitely tell you I never see something like this, because you have events in different cities. You can't cover it because you don't have a lot reporters from the cities. You need to find civil journalists in these cities. We found a lot of people, for example, in Kharkiv, in Odessa, regional journalists who sent us videos of devastation, or who sent us videos of Russian tanks and situation in the regions. But it's also very difficult to cover all these events during like one day, for example. And for example, when you put attention for situation in Chernihiv, you miss situation, for example, in Mariupol, and then you just going through this news and oh my God, we missed this very important event in Mariupol. What's going on? We need to cover that. And unfortunately, in Mariupol, we don't have connection. We don't have connection with people, with journalists here. For example, some journalists here work, and for one of them is very famous photographer Evgeny Maloletka. Actually, he published photos from this kids hospital. He published a lot of photos of killed kids in these hospitals. But during this week we can reach him because he doesn't have any connection, so he can be connected like for 15 or 20 minutes, and you don't have an idea when it will happen.
And Sevgil, you have already explained that this war, this invasion has impacted you and all the journalists in Ukraine. But can you specify exactly in what ways this has happened? How did it impact your daily life?
I want to say that it's really very, very challenging. Even if you're not in Kiev or in Western Ukraine, wake up 2 or 3 times during night because of air sirens. and you feel exhausted after this sleepless night. You feel exhausted emotionally. You feel exhausted about your parents who still, for example, in Kiev region or in Kharkiv region. One of our colleagues, unfortunately, his father was killed by Russian soldiers near Kiev region just because he was trying to get some water for his family. And Russian soldiers who came to this place killed him just because he was a civilian. I said already that my colleague, my classmate at Harvard has been killed in Irpin. He was famous filmmaker, Brent Renault. We were in the same class at Harvard, and he came to Ukraine, cover refugee crisis, and he also, together with his colleague and his driver, was shot by Russians in the car with all necessary equipment, press. How it's possible in 21st century? But unfortunately, it's going right now in European country.
It is definitely devastating, Sevgil, and I wish you a lot of strength and patience. And it is hard to describe the situation, really.
Ukraine is fighting, and we will fight to the end. And I received also a lot of questions from my colleagues. Do you have any kind of agreement between your government and between media how to cover this war? No, but when your country fights, you just need to support your country and your people. And it's one of the goals of journalism and freedom of press. And this is actually against fake news as well. And truth is extremely important. And what Russia does during this war is war crime in informational field, because they still lie. They still lie about everything. They bombed our hospital, kids' hospital in Mariupol, and they say that there were Ukrainian soldiers inside that. But a lot of people were killed during this bombing. And among these killed people, for example, was pregnant woman with her kid, and she died, and her kid died after this attack. And at the same time, you receive like tweets from Russian embassy, and Russian embassy explained that there were no women and kids in this hospital, and this is all fake. How it's possible? And I think that after this war, we should do something with Digital Geneva Convention. We have this Geneva Convention. It helps us went through a lot of for the last 60 years. But what's going on with informational field is devastating. Okay, of course, we have this international support. Of course, we win also in this informational war with Russia. But we also want to say this motto, never again. And I want to be clear, we need to be never again in informational field. Russian propaganda should never exist. And I hope that there will be no Russian channels like Russia Today, Raptly, informational agencies. They need to be banned in all countries.
And since you mentioned the different views on reality and the fake news, there have also been some criticism against some journalists during this war, that some journalists are losing their journalistic ethical point of view of remaining neutral. And another Crimean journalist, Gülsüm recently released a message saying that you cannot put the victim and the murderer in the same scale when evaluating them. How would you consider the journalistic ethics in times of war?
Yes, it's an important question, and I think that Geneva Convention is an answer for all questions. Geneva Convention about soldiers, for example, Russian soldiers, Geneva Conventions about civilians, about victims of war, about combatants, and if you know Geneva Convention, if you know all important parts of this Geneva Convention, that will never happen with journalism. And we do, for example, in Ukrayinska Pravda, we do understand all important points of this Geneva Convention, and we follow them. Of course, it's extremely difficult because it's a war in your country, and when your natives were killed by Russian soldiers, believe me, it's hard to be not emotional. But I tell for my colleagues all the time. I tell for my team, please. Don't forget about your humanity, because it is war against humanity as well, and it was launched by Russia. But we need to be clear. We need to be human. We need to think about humanity. We need to think about our people. We need to think about all victims of war. And this is the right question. Sometimes I can tell you, sometimes journalists from my team also can be very emotional, and at this time I tell him, please, you're a journalist first. You need to think about our profession during this challenging time, and be clear with all, not even journalist ethic, it's human ethic. And this is the answer. But believe me, it's very challenging. It is very, very challenging when your dad was killed by Russian soldiers, not to think about how you will kill and how you will write about these people.
And Sevgil, one last question. During this period, have you had any publications? Did you publish anything that you regretted afterwards?
Regretted afterwards? Let me think about this. No, there were like some mistakes. For example, we published like old photo, but it was like just a picture for this situation. It wasn't photo from this event. Yes, some mistakes happened already. Unfortunately, when you've worked like 24 hours to 7, it is very difficult. That's why we changed our work as well. So we have now schedule when like you have like people who I will not explain it. It is too hard. But do I have some regrets about what we published during this time and it wasn't correct? No.
Thank you so much, Sevgil, for supplying us with the accurate, reliable, and verified information at a very critical time in Ukraine. And thank you so much for sparing the time to join the MFRR Summit 2022.